We start changing commands at one point. Yeah. Gotta wash my hands. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Why? It's not my fault. That's what Gretchen does. She gets on the phone and she just sips her drinks away. Hey, look, ain't nobody judging nobody. You do what you want to do, but I don't do that. If you get some viewer, how do you do that? You get like some type of viewer. Let's see. You share it on. And take me off live. Let's leave this here. What's this? Boop. No. All right. Share screen. No. What are these? Picture in pictures? It says it. You don't need that. You need these. It's a better view. All messages, right? Slow mode is on. Okay. Okay, tough hands. What is this? Turn these off. Turn reactions off. Timestamps on. Dumbala. Bruce Stone. That's not even got to be a balloon. Gemstone, boy. Right. I'll watch my porch. Now you ain't got no excuse saying no fucking bad thing. You know, out there. Whatever. Whatever. Only one. Only one. Good job, baby. Good job, baby. Why would I do that? There's like so many things going against all of you. Enemy. What's this dumb? Why would he allow that? Any one of these chivalrous, you'll smoke all your weed. I had them off. They're going down there smoking weed and coming back and letting all the secrets in the CLC out. We gotta put a lockdown on those guys. Why? They're telling all the secrets. It takes one to get away with it. What? One to get away with Brian and the other. I get you, I'll get them all. Up, 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 up. Bring it inside. Get it. Get the ball. Come on. Come on. Bring the toy. 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 Show me. Show me. Show me. Toy. Toy. Grab the ball. Show me. Show me. Show me. The toy. 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 Grab the ball. The ball. The ball. Ooh, you fast. I don't know. Maybe you got money. Maybe I think we'll wait. Come here. Oh. Okay. 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 Wash it. Wash it. All right. Chance. Even out. Even out. Stone, there's something that keeps coming to my mind. 1, 2, 300 more. 5, 6, 700 more. 2, 3, 400. 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 400 more. We're prosperous. My name is Stone. I am to turn off, on. Gates fucking good idea somebody. Shit's fucked up. Fix it. Don't tell nobody. Foot traffic. You're the same as these guys. You aren't the same as these guys. You're not the same as these guys. Why? Because you guys want what? Get the fucking 6 feet of snow in this place. What do you want to do, Stone? You want to put this on the bed? Do you feel different? What if I blocked you on in the bathroom? Can I help you at all? Come here, Stone. Thank you. Yeah. He's not gonna go there. No. Why the fuck would you? You'll be fucking beating you guys. Yeah, you fucking won't. Can't wait. Like, goddamn, are you fucking serious? Gross. Yeah, well, let's say listen. You don't need to go in the bathroom. You stay out here. You want a bed out here? Yeah. Nice. What? I don't fucking know how that would. That would be bad. So right here. Five new stuff. Five new stuff. Five new stuff. Hey, that five new stuff. Yep. Go in here. Go in here. Come in here. Come in here. Come into here. So you just, right now. There you go. Let's go there. Up. Come. Up. Up. No rush. No rush. Yeah, no rush. Yeah, no rush. It was. Just place it out here. a little copyright band. You can't play music. You can't be silent. You can't be loud here. Leave that on in case you want to talk to her. Makes sense. Okay.
Patron tequila. We do things the right way, using only the highest quality natural ingredients from start to finish. No sweeteners, no secrets, no compromises. You know, for the perfect gathering, all you need is your friends. Patron in your favorite version. Patron reposado, Patron añejo, Patron cristalino, and time to enjoy it. Patron tequila, 100% blue Weber agave. The perfect way to enjoy Patron is responsibly handcrafted in Mexico. Imported by Patron Spirits Company, Fort Gables, Florida. Tequila, 40% alcohol by volume.
The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek. Joseph Campbell. Chapter 1. Plotted in Darkness.
Hello there. Sorry to bother you. I'm making a podcast. I'm going to be asking a lot of fans a lot of questions all weekend, and you're one of the people not staring at your phone. So I thought maybe start with this fellow. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good. For starters, why do you like Harry Potter?
I think I had not such a great childhood, and I think a kid with not such a great childhood actually escaped to something else.
It's a story about acceptance and love. Harry Potter has been kind of like a beacon of hope in a lot of times in my life.
Teaches you the importance of friendships, the importance of forgiveness.
He felt like an outsider and he felt like he didn't belong, and that really resonated with me.
The way people pull together, they're different. They don't all exactly agree with one another, but they can say, okay, this is the common good and it's going to work for them.
What about the author? What about J.K. Rowling?
That's a tricky question.
So there's a lot of controversy with that one.
I'm trying to stay out of it.
So I have a comment. I'll say author. Yeah, author. I mean,
J.K. Rowling is one of the most successful authors in the history of publishing. And for the past 25 years, she's also been one of the most beloved. Her books have taught tens of millions of children worldwide about virtues like loyalty and courage, about the inclusion of outsiders and the celebration of difference. But in the summer of 2020, Rowling published a string of tweets about one of the most polarizing subjects in society right now: sex and gender. She waded into a conflict about transgender rights and the way she believed some activists were eroding hard-won rights for women. There was an explosive reaction to Rowling's tweets, which led many, including lifelong fans of her work, to condemn her and to call for her books to be banned, boycotted, and in some cases, burned.
So let me talk about the infamous book burning video for a second. I am not just offended by what J.K. Rowling says. I am fearful because of what she is promoting on her platform.
J.K. Rowling is
So you were thinking of my rights.
for the risk. She just is.
It's disgusting and
I
it's
prefer to
problematic.
present as
I mean, let's face it, Hermione would punch us in the face right
about
now.
lost
Harry
love.
Potter franchise is literally making this world unsafe for kids today.
Rowling was denounced by people she'd worked with for years, by staff at her publishers, and by human rights organizations that had once lauded her. Actors who had grown up on the Harry Potter film sets, people she had known since they were children, distanced themselves from her. Die-hard fans got their Harry Potter tattoos
Started learning about
removed.
each other though.
Some called for anyone supporting Rowling, even in small ways, to be fired from their jobs. The condemnation moved to rallies, where Rowling became a symbol. My name is Megan, and I spent the first 26 years of my life in a strict, fundamentalist Christian community. The beliefs of my church were the complete embodiment of my identity and my worldview. My family taught me that we were on a mission from God Himself, warning the world that they were going to hell if they didn't repent and live as we lived. And I was a true believer, certain that I was 100% right, until I wasn't. 10 years ago, even though I knew it would cost me almost every relationship I had, including with my parents, who I love so much, I left. I've spent the decades since investigating belief and how it compels us to act and identify, and how it colors and shapes the world we inhabit. And reading Rowling's tweets, and then her transformation in the eyes of many who had loved her, it surprised me. Because growing up, it was my community that thought J.K. Rowling was evil. And it was other Christian fundamentalists who had amassed in force to condemn Rowling and to call her work dangerous.
Harry Potter books are mainstreaming witchcraft to our children.
They had denounced her. They tried to ban Harry Potter from schools and libraries. And in some cases, they burned her books.
God hates this. I mean, he really hates it. It's darkness, and he is light.
It's a stepping stone, kind of like marijuana leading to crack. The little kids, they don't know the difference. The adults do, and that's the shame on those parents that have their little kids read it. When their kids commit suicide, I told them so. They've been...
Despite its unparalleled popularity, Harry Potter is actually among the most banned books of the 21st century. And Rowling, even though she's inspired profound adoration throughout her career with fans all over the planet, she's also been the subject of intense, widespread, and vocal backlashes from people whose politics could not be more at odds. And for the past year, I've been trying to figure out why. What is it about this woman and her work that has captured the ire of very different groups of people across time? I never really understand her critics. And what did she think would happen when she sent those tweets? And so I decided to write her a letter. I explained to who I was and what I was trying to understand.
It's too much. It's too much.
And then I
It's too
sent it
much.
off to her in Scotland. And to my surprise, I heard back.
I never set out to upset you. However, I was not uncomfortable getting off my pedestal. And what has interested me over the last 10 years, and certainly in the last few years, the last 2-3 years, particularly on social media, you've ruined your legacy. Oh, you could have been beloved forever, but you chose to say this. And I think you could not have misunderstood me more profoundly. I do not walk around my house thinking about my legacy. You know, what a pompous way to live your life, walking around thinking, what will my legacy be? Whatever, I'll be dead. I care about
So it
now.
can be exaggerated.
I care about the living.
After I left Rowling's home,
So it can be
I
exaggerated.
spoke to reporters and historians, transgender adults,
You know how sometimes we people used to be like,
doctors and lawyers,
back to your
and
fucking
many of Rowling's
country.
critics.
Now sometimes we want to be like, go back to your fucking country.
That stood out to me was how people on all sides of this conflict felt so under attack.
A good snogging is what they
That
need.
they invoked the language of witch hunts.
even as they vehemently disagreed on who was the witch and who was the mob lighting the fire. I'm Megan Phelps Roper, and these are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
I do. I asked her. She says no. Dang it.
Well, if you guys have water, sound good on these headphones.
Should we close that door? It might need to be locked. Last summer, J.K. Rowling invited me to her 16th century stone house, where she lives with her husband, her younger children, and 2 dogs. Later, I would Google the place and learn that it's technically a castle, which from the outside makes sense, but inside it felt smaller, cozy even. The rooms were not high vaulted and lofty, but snug and homey. Think more Hobbits in the Shire, less Princess in a Tower. Rowling was also smaller in real life than I would have guessed. She showed my producer and me into her drawing room, filled with books that she'd color coordinated into a rainbow over the pandemic lockdown. And it was here that we would sit together over the course of the next few days and talk.
Get big deep breaths.
Let's do it. Okay, so I want to start with a big question. Why do you think confidence, especially young kids, why do we like stories about witches and wizards and giants and dark magic? What is it about us? What is it about magic and magical worlds that we find so compelling? I'm very interested in this because I think it speaks to something very profound in human nature. Magic gives a person agency they wouldn't otherwise have. And I think that's particularly appealing to a child because children inevitably are quite powerless. Even children in happy families are relatively powerless. And the idea that you have secret power, extraordinary power, supernatural power, I think is hugely seductive to all of us, to adults as well, but particularly to children. I want to go back to the early days, and I know you talked about this period in your life so much over the years, you know, this time just before Harry Potter was published. But I also know that our stories aren't static. You know, they shift over time with the benefit of hindsight and new experiences and just where you are in life when you're telling the story again. I know exactly what you mean. You're right. I've been asked a million times about the moment when I had the idea on the train. Mm-hmm. And I've said it so many times, but you do look back and suddenly you stumble into this little pool of self-knowledge or memory that can be so illuminating. So I had the idea for Potter on a train when I was 25. Why did that idea come? I've never really known. It just fell into my head and I immediately thought, I've got to write that. God, I love that idea. The funny thing is, I was never a great reader of fantasy. The thing that interests me most is human nature, above anything else.
Mr. and Mrs. Dursley have now before were proud to say that they were perfect people and impressive. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious, because they just hold such nonsense.
But there was something about this particular story.
Perhaps it had something to do with living in America. But Harry had always been small and skinny for his age. Harry had a thin face, lovely knees, black hair, and bright green eyes. He wore round glasses held together with knots.
This boy who was unhappy and without any power, suddenly realizing what he had and who he was.
The only thing Harry liked about his own appearance was a very thin scar on his forehead, shaped like a lightning bolt. He had had it as long as he could remember, and the first question he could remember asking his Aunt Petunia was, how he had gone.
Can you take me back to your life in the 1990s? I've heard you describe that time as essentially your greatest fear come to life.
Yeah, the early 90s for me were not good. I was in a real period of flux at the time. My mother was very ill. I had moved from London to Manchester. And then my mother died actually on the night of December the 30th, 1990. I didn't realise she died until the early hours of New Year's Eve. She was 45. She'd been ill for a very long time, but none of us realised death was imminent. That kind of took a wrecking ball to my life, really. To me, this decade now was infused with loss. And I think, perhaps that would have coloured my feelings about the story I was writing. It would have made me want to put it away forever. But in fact, that sense of loss and this real despair that I felt started to go into the story.
Harry was so close to the mirror now that his nose was nearly touching that in his reflection.
At that point, the story changed. Suddenly, everything felt and deep.
They just smiling. Slowly, I looked into the faces of the other people. I saw other pairs of green eyes like his, other voices like his, even a little old man who looked as though he had Harry's blood.
The story that Rowling had begun to write on the train that day was about an orphan boy.
I slightly glibly used the trope for 6 months before my mother died. In reality, of course, it's a tragedy to be an orphan.
This fictional orphan, Harry Potter, was abused and neglected and never told about who he really is, who his parents really were, or how they had died to save him.
And now I really understood what loss was.
Harry was looking at his family for the first time in his life. The Potters smiled, waved at Harry, and he stared hungrily back at them, his hands pressed flat against the glass, as though he was hoping to fall right through it. He had a powerful kind of ache inside him, half joy, half terrible sadness.
This little manuscript that only I knew this story. No one else had seen it. I haven't spoken about it really to anyone else. This was the thing that I just clutched onto as I went off on my journeys.
In 1991, at the age of 25, Rowling broke up with her boyfriend, quit her job, and she left the UK.
I decided I need to get away.
She got a job teaching English as a foreign language.
I went abroad. I know that I liked teaching. And so I thought, I'm just going to go away. I'm going to take a year out, I'll teach. I don't really know why, but I chose to go to Portugal. And initially it did the job. I'm away, I'm in a different environment, this is helping me. But I think that emotionally I was still incredibly vulnerable. Well, in fact, I know I was emotionally vulnerable. So while there was a lot of fun and there was relief in not being surrounded by the familiar, I was pretty lost and pretending not to be lost.
Still grieving, unsure of what her future held, Rowling says she tried to put on a good face and move forward. And pretty soon, she met someone. So you go to Portugal and you meet a guy.
I did. I met a guy. I think I'd been there 6 months, maybe, in a bar with my friends. A good-looking guy. Told me he was a journalist. We began dating. It was okay. It was okay. I'd lost my moorings, and I was drifting along. in something that wasn't perfect, but it was good to be wanted. It was good to have affection. But I was kind of adrift.
The months went by, and eventually they decided to move into an apartment together. A year came, and it went.
And then I became pregnant accidentally. And while pregnant, he proposed to me. And then I lost the baby. I miscarried, which was hugely traumatic. It was traumatic physically and it was traumatic emotionally. And that was another massive loss. And I think at that point, I really was in a very, I was certainly not in a balanced state of mind. And when I lost the baby, I do remember having a moment in my grief for the baby. I do remember having a moment where I thought, so we're not going to get married. Yeah, that's clear, right? And I'm almost speaking to myself, that's clear, Joe, we're not going to get married. But he was putting huge pressure on me to get married. So I went through with it and then became pregnant almost immediately we were married, which is a joyful thing because I cannot imagine a world without my Jessica in it. So in with all the bad, there was an amazing, wonderful thing came out of it, and that was my daughter.
But as I understand it, even before your daughter was born, your husband had become increasingly abusive.
Yeah, the situation was a bad situation, but until you actually go through it, you don't know what you would choose to do.
Rowling says she tried to end things.
I left him twice before I left for good, and then I went back twice.
But it just got worse from there.
The marriage at this point has turned very violent and very controlling. At this point, he's searching my handbag every time I come home. I haven't got a key to my own front door because he's got control of the front door. And I think he's not a stupid person. I think he knew or suspected that I was going to try and bolt again. It was a horrible state of tension to live in because you have to act. And I don't think I'm a very good actor. I don't have a very good poker face. And that was a huge strain to act as though I wasn't going. That's a terrible way to live. And yet, the manuscript kept growing. I'd continued to write. In fact, he knew what that manuscript meant to me because at a point, he took the manuscript and hid it. And that was his hostage.
Oh my God.
When I realized that I was definitely going to go, this was it, I was definitely going, I would take a few pages of the manuscript into work every day, just a few pages so he wouldn't realize anything was missing, and I would photocopy it. And gradually in a cupboard in the staff room, bit by bit, a photocopied manuscript grew and grew and grew because I suspected that if I wasn't able to get out with everything, he would burn it or take it or hold it hostage. That manuscript still meant so much to me. That was the thing that actually I prioritized saving. The only thing I prioritized beyond that obviously was my daughter, but at that point she's still inside me, so she's as safe as she can be in that situation.
In July of 1993, Rowling gave birth to a baby girl and named her Jessica, after one of her favorite writers, Jessica Mitford. She says it was this experience of motherhood that would ultimately push her to the point where she had to make a change.
I do remember thinking very clearly, and that was probably the moment I knew I had to leave. About a month before I did leave, she's not going to grow up and watch this happening to her mother. She's not going to grow up and think that this is normal or okay.
So she started mapping out a way to get to her sister, who lived in Scotland.
I've been planning a kind of orderly withdrawal. I've been trying to set things up so I get my daughter out, everything's smooth, everything's arranged. But then there came a night, I don't even know what triggered it, and this was probably about a week before I planned to make my exit. There came a night where he became very angry with me, and I cracked, and I said, I want to go, I want to leave. And he became very violent. And he said, if you're leaving, you can leave, but you're not getting Jessica and keeping her. I will hide her. So I put up a fight and I paid the price. There was a very loud, violent scene, which terminated with me lying in the street. And then I thought, right, I'm going to the police. And I went to the police. And I was assessed, and I was agreed that I clearly had just been beaten up. I was pretty bruised. And I filed a complaint. And the next day went back to the house with the police and got just got back.
Sitting where you are today is one of the most powerful, influential women in the world. Like, it almost seems like you're describing a different person. You know, you are a person without a key to your own flat, and you're being physically abused and beaten up and smuggling out, plotting an escape.
But the thing is, I am still that person. You see, to me, the through line is very clear.
Rowling and her daughter moved from Portugal to Edinburgh, Scotland, with just a couple of suitcases and next to nothing in her bank account.
Wow.
She was starting over again. When you moved back to the UK, what did your life look like?
And I'm not going to say it was as low as you can go, because it wasn't. I had very kind people who helped me. I could go stay with my sister, which was obviously not the case for some people who find themselves in my situation. And I think I spent 2-3 weeks with my sister, and then I moved into my own place. It's really a glorified bed sit.
Wait, a glorified what?
Bed sit. Do you not have that phrase?
What is that phrase?
I mean, it's like a room and a half. So my first was like, there was a bathroom, but the kitchen, pretty much everything else is together. Okay, yeah. But that sounds so much more glamorous. That's it. And I call Jessica Decker, so Decker and I were sharing a bedroom.
Rowling said she was even more adrift than when she left the UK years before. She was divorced, broke, a single mother, and she had just enrolled in a teacher training program in hopes of eventually getting a job at a local school.
But I was living on benefits, which you would call welfare, obviously, and I was, at this point, my mental health was not good. I'd never lived in Scotland, although I have Scottish ancestry. I was really here because my sister was here.
She felt isolated. She was questioning her worth. She didn't have her mother there to help her become a mother. She says that she was losing herself.
I was dissociating. I was losing time. I definitely had suicidal thoughts. I was in a very dark, shaky place.
And yet it was this darkness, getting this low, that she now is almost grateful for.
We're about to fucking fight these things together. Fuck these two.
Even though I was a mess, candidly, I was a mess.
I don't fucking care.
I had this daughter that I loved.
Why?
I think love like this I've never experienced before. And that was so powerful.
My fucking brain.
And I do remember continuing to work on that story. I spent 17 years working on Potter. And there are things I understand in that story that no one else can possibly understand, and which I stayed true to even as my own life improved and my own state of mind became healthier. I was still very committed to those parts that I had plotted in darkness, as it were, because there was a truth to them, and there was a power to them.
You must know who your mum and dad were, he said. I mean, they were famous. You're famous. What? Said Harry. My mum and dad were famous. Were they? You don't know. Hagrid
Size bagel. Have a baked daily donut for $1. A tasty bagel for $2. Or a freshly cracked hot breakfast sandwich for just $3. So next time you order your favorite Tex beverage, find something that satisfies your cravings and your wallet. The $1, $2, $3 menu. Only at your neighborhood Tim Hortons. Participate in U.S. restaurant. Plus, that's for offer and restaurant tax extras.
I'm always looking for ways to show my cat how much I love her. And with Fancy Feast Gems, I can pamper her whenever I want with a savory gravy on top of a gourmet mousse pate. The pyramid shape makes serving simple, so all I have to do is peel and plate to make mealtime feel extra fancy. And with 2 entrees in every pack, it's easy to turn every day into the extraordinary. Fancy Feast Gems.
Every story you love, every invention that moves you, every idea you wish was yours, all began as nothing. Just a blank page with a blinking cursor, asking a simple question. What do you see? Great ideas start on Mac. Find out more on apple.com/.
A part of the folklore around Harry Potter, which turns out to be true, is that originally the first book was rejected by 12 different publishers before finally someone was willing to put it out.
Publishing wants to be with the zeitgeist, which is, a business decision. I think sometimes they make mistakes, and what they think is the zeitgeist is a very particular and narrow view of the zeitgeist, but that's another discussion.
The people who rejected it should be fired, honestly.
This is Charles, aka Chip.
My name is Chip McGrath. I'm the former editor of the New York Times Book Review.
Formerly the head of the biggest books department in publishing.
This fucking thing on every fucking corner you see me do. Do you hear me?
Right when Harry Potter blew up.
No, this corner is fucking loading.
And this is Kat. So my name is Kat Rosenfield. I'm a culture writer and the author of 5 books, including 2 young adult novels. Even after Rowling was finally able to get a publisher, when it was first purchased, it was not anticipated to be a particularly big book. They only printed 500 copies. The publishers, both the ones that rejected the book and the one that finally agreed to put it out, they just felt like it wasn't of the moment.
I think there were 3 things going on with the book. Firstly, boarding school, passe, no one's going to be interested. Secondly, it's too long. So the first one's
you
not
keep
going.
going.
I can't even remember how long Phoenix is, Order of the Phoenix, but little did they know it was coming. And then thirdly, I don't think it was necessarily, it might have been that he was a boy.
One of the issues was about gender. In particular, the fact that Rowling was a woman.
So then they want me to not use my first name. They want me to use my initials.
They were concerned that a woman's name on the front of the book would discourage boys from wanting to read it. This has always been a concern in publishing. How do we get boys to read? And so this pen name, J.K. Rowling, was selected at the behest of the publishers. Joanne Rowling doesn't even have a middle name. The famous J.K. was made up just for the books. There was an understanding, I think, at this point that the novel was going to have limited appeal already, so this was a way of trying to attract more readers, choosing a gender-neutral name. In 1997, the 500 copies of the book were distributed to bookstores and libraries.
The first time I saw a book in a bookshop. Now that to me was a bigger deal than I can express to you. I am a published writer. Look, there it is. Do you remember when you first saw it in a shop? I remember vividly. It's actually not there anymore. It was a Waterstones at Main Street. And I genuinely didn't go in there to look for it. I went in there to buy a picture book for my daughter.
Really?
And I turned and I looked at the R section of those, the chapter books. And I was, as I thought, it will be there. We saw it there. It's a completely unknown book. There's no fanfare. There's no big launch party. That's not within the window. Of course not. It's just quietly appeared on the shelf. And it was one of the best moments of my life. It was the most incredible feeling. There was very little marketing budget.
He's like, I only got these. He's like, I got all these. Like, yeah, so.
Children. We're telling children about the book.
It's like a chain reaction. Everybody gets involved at that class. You didn't meet Harry Potter? Yeah, like 2 days later. It was so good, wasn't it?
It was word of mouth. It started to get bigger and bigger.
It's very different. It's not like a normal, average book. It's like so imaginative. It's so detailed. It's almost like watching books.
Quickly, those 500 copies they originally printed became 30,000 copies. And then, in less than a year, Scholastic Books, one of the biggest publishers in the US, picked up the book. And suddenly,
if you don't know it, your children almost certainly do.
It was everywhere.
A little boy named Harry Potter is working magic in the world of books.
Harry Potter is an old-fashioned, good triumphs over evil story, but full of quirks and surprises.
This idea of an orphan boy, abused, neglected, unwanted, who suddenly gets a mysterious letter telling him there's a whole other world out there with a place for him in it. This idea that in this other world, full of adventure and danger, giants and dragons, good and evil, he'll find his friends, his identity, his courage to do great things. This idea that Rowling came up with on the train in 1990, it just profoundly connected with so many people. And as its success grew, Rowling's own life started to become part of the story.
Joanne Rowling, a 34-year-old single mother and currently the world's most successful author, lives and writes in the shadow of Edinburgh Castle in Scotland.
I mean, she is the subject then of this sort of mythologizing.
And while she thought of herself as a writer, she had never published anything.
I mean, her story is in a way, it's like a Harry Potter story. It's not
Jo Rowling's rise to success is this sort of feminist Cinderella story.
What makes Jo Rowling successful and remarkable is what it followed. She had few friends and fewer prospects and ended up on welfare, actually skipping meals to make sure she had enough money for her 4-month-old baby.
You have a single mom on welfare who writes this book that changes the course of the culture.
Her agent says that Rowling, barely 5 years away from welfare, could end up making $100 million.
This idea of a woman doing it on her own.
I was so ill-equipped for what happened to me. Now, I was grateful. I was hugely grateful that the work was loved. That part brought me nothing but joy. And materially speaking, I mean, my life had been transformed. At that point, I was living, for the first time, I'd been able to buy a house. But I was scared. What was happening to me in terms of fame was outstripping me constantly. So I buy this very ordinary house that's standing on a nice, ordinary street. And I've got journalists parked outside my front door. They're within feet of my front door.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, I felt like I was playing catch up all the time with the situation.
Right.
And I wasn't.
It was changing faster than you could respond to.
It was changing faster than I could deal with. And all the time, I have this lurking fear because I know that there's someone out there who does not wish me well. So, you know, that was strange. And then, well, to tell you the truth, the reason we left that first place was my ex-husband arrived and broke in.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So moving became a quite pressing issue at that point. And
in the middle of all of this, you're still worried. You have not escaped your husband.
You see, this is the insanity of it. I'm trying to retain, you know, like an iron wall around my location as well, because everyone wants to come. Can I photograph you at home? No, you can't photograph me at home. Why not? You're being so precious. You're being so starry. I mean, it's not that at all. It was quite the reverse. It's because the last time my ex-husband knew my address, he turned up and broke in.
What was that like when you're this rising star and you're still trying to hide?
So I think that's actually the most accurate summary of my situation I've ever heard. You know, trying to reconcile suddenly having a lot of press interest with really, really wanting to live under the radar for very concrete reasons. You know, not because I thought I was Salinger, not because, you know, I'm Greta Garbo, but because they're a lady. Yeah. I was living in a state of real tension I couldn't express to them.
And yet, with the release of each new book, the Harry Potter phenomenon broke new records. There were midnight release parties where all over the world, thousands of people lined up or camped out all night.
At midnight, less than 1 hour from now, the new Harry Potter book goes on sale here in Southern California. Potter fans in other cities like London,
where children actually slept outside bookstores overnight when the latest in the series is going on sale.
I think the Potter thing just went on and on and on. I mean, with the publishing.
Fucking word.
it's unprecedented in American children's books. It's unprecedented in English children's books. There's nothing that compares
Like fucking thugs too. They fucking gangs is running the fuck around.
And it's not just kids. Adults are into Harry Potter too.
Well, I started out buying them for my grandson who was very young, and then I started reading them, and I liked them so well, I kept going.
You really feel this character.
It was increasingly difficult to describe how big it was.
Nothing.
People kept trying to kind of outdo themselves in terms of their superlative language. It was somebody is picking up Harry Potter every 30 seconds.
The books are now in 26 languages and 140 countries.
The Potter books are available in 200 countries and translated into 46 languages.
It was really insane.
As we crossed over into the year 2000, suddenly everything seemed to just supersize itself. Everything, from my point of view, became a bit more crazy.
It all became so much that it started to seem like too much. It created an uncanny world, and the phenomenon that surrounded it was itself becoming uncanny.
I was signing for like 2,000 people at a time. You've got fights breaking out in the car. You've got security there.
Just the enormity of it brought this tension.
There's something about a mass of human beings. There's always an edge in a crowd, always.
And in 2000, at a big crowded book signing,
we had a bomb threat at one store from allegedly a far-right Christian person.
It was clear by this time that there was a mounting backlash to Harry Potter.
As we approach the 21st century, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to recognize that our entire culture is in trouble. We're staring down the barrel of a loaded gun, and we can no longer afford to act like it's loaded with blanks.
And a movement was growing to stop Rowling and ban her books.
Things are getting a little bit nervy at this point, you know.
We're in a moral free fall. When your children can be taught witchcraft by Harry Potter, and Heather has 2 mommies, you can let your daughter go to school and she can get an abortion without your permission or without your knowledge. Something is dreadfully wrong when you, as the parent, cannot control the destiny of your own child. America has turned its back on the God of the Bible, and it's time for the Church of Jesus Christ to stand up and speak up and say we have right to the destiny.
The story continues in chapter 2.
With the option to change later, maybe, yeah. 3 and 4 days. Little days.
You've been listening to The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, produced by Andy Mills, Matthew Bull, and me, Megan Phelps-Roper, and brought to you by the Free Press. Our sincere thanks to you for listening, and we would love to listen to you too. If you have any questions or thoughts for us, you can send us an email over at witchtrials@thefp.com. How universal is the idea of the witch?
It's really a pan-cultural concept. It begins in the ancient world, when in fact witches were often men.
This is Pulitzer Prize-winning biographer Stacy Schiff, author of The Witches, Salem, 1692. She says that witches are mentioned in several ancient scriptures, and that the first documented witch trial took place in ancient Greece. And from there, it spread
throughout the world.
Stacy says there were witch hunts across Europe,
largely in Germany and France.
There were witch hunts in Switzerland, Russia, Turkey, Sweden.
It would be difficult to say who were the greatest of witch hunters.
There have been witch hunts by Protestants, Catholics, Jews, Muslims, animists.
There does seem to be something sort of archetypally gently about this doer of supernatural deeds, somehow bound up with many religious concepts.
In all of these different societies, across time, all over the world, that engaged in this sort of behavior, is there anything you could point to that they all have in common? Or like, is there a set of circumstances or underlying characteristics about a society that make it more likely to succumb to a witch trial frenzy?
I think we tend to see that kind of fear when there's political dislocation of some kind. So much of witchcraft is about assigning blame and discharging one's anxiety, and political dislocation will make people feel that they are on edge and insecure and therefore more likely to point fingers.
It's this. Stomach.
Chapter 2. Burn the Witch. On New Year's Eve 1990, J.K. Rowling learned that her mother, just 45 years old, had died after suffering for years from MS. She moved away, then suffered a miscarriage, and became trapped in an abusive marriage. She escaped, but found herself penniless and sank into a deep depression. And yet, by the end of that decade, she had become a mother, and eventually reached a level of success that no other had ever known. But what did that decade look like to the people who would become her censors, to those who would accuse her of being dangerous to children, and would lead to Harry Potter becoming one of the most banned books of the 21st century? Who were they? And what did all of this have to do with the 1990s?
Well, the decade of witching. Witching? No, wishing.
Many others who grew up in
And
Harry
kids
Potter,
were instructed.
it's easy for us to remember the 90s.
You gotta read in the margins of the
So
book.
great about them.
It tells you every time you cry, wish for a wizard or
It was a
something.
time when
Wish for
poverty was going
something.
down.
I can't remember exactly what it said.
Now we move to an age of technology, innovation, and global competition.
We were awash in new technologies that many thought could unite the world. How about a phone that fits in your pocket?
Yeah, no idea how
What
to
if President Clinton
that program I
was a
will take.
radio personality which left songs for fans to start the idol habit? They've all got electronic mail addresses on computer systems linked to the internet.
It seemed like nearly everybody was watching the same movies
To Jurassic Park.
and cheering for the same stars.
Start the time. And
Anything will go.
The 90s are remembered by many as a time when politics weren't everywhere all the time, and where real social progress was made, especially around gay rights.
This is so hard, but I mean, what is wrong? Why do I have to be so ashamed? I mean, why can't I just say the truth? I'm gay.
Ellen DeGeneres comes out on network television. Rent is the biggest musical on Broadway. Will and Grace becomes a primetime hit. And President Clinton issues a declaration naming June Gay and Lesbian Pride Month.
Modernity is bursting out all over. And the biggest problem we've got is the primitive, age-old fear and hatred and dehumanization of the other people who aren't like us.
After several cities in Colorado passed the laws protecting gays from discrimination, state voters in 1992 passed Constitutional Amendment 2, wiping those laws off the books and forbidding legal protection for homosexuals.
But of course, things weren't really so unified or as rosy as some remember.
It is not something that American society should condone and affirm in front of our children or in front of our society in general.
After Ellen came out on TV, there was a backlash where people tried to get her show canceled. And ultimately, it led ABC to put a parental advisory trigger warning at the start of each episode. There was a movement of people who believed passionately that there was a dangerous progressive agenda forcing gay rights on the country.
We need to stop the homosexual agenda, which is going to take over our town, our schools, everything if we don't put stop to it.
And if that sounds familiar, that's because so much of the language and the passion around the most divisive social issues still alive today have deep roots in the surprisingly similar political tensions of the 1990s.
And he's really gonna do it.
There were the LA riots.
It has exploded into a city out of control.
Where a video of white cops beating a black man ignited unrest that eventually led to the deaths of 63 people, more than twice the number who died during the riots in the summer of 2020.
I feel that there is an undercurrent of racism and that the system is rising forward.
And it was one of the only other times in history that America impeached a president.
Today, drawn and bleary-eyed, Mr. Clinton joined the battle to save his presidency.
And it was a president who many saw as deeply immoral.
But I want to say one thing to the American people. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
You should have been like, I cheated on my wife.
Much of the youth culture that thrived in the 90s was intentionally transgressive.
I'm gonna take your seat for 6 months.
Provocatively violent music like gangster
You got access to it
was
anyway.
mainstream. There was the anti-conformity of grunge. And eventually, the boom of a goth subculture.
They wear white makeup.
Couldn't even do that.
But they're not a real-life vampire stalking tonight. They're just part of the gothic movement.
Which some saw as just kids playing around with identity and being rebellious as kids do.
This is Dan and his 18-year-old daughter, Sunny. She's been fixing and looking like this since she was 12. She has pierced her ear, her own eyebrow, and plans to pierce her lip, nose, and tongue.
But others worried was actually glorifying death.
I find society really bleak right now. I'd rather be dead.
Stone Bear. Want some wings? Come here. Come here, Stone Bear. Stone Bear. Stone Bear. Come here. Come here. Here, let's take this one out.
There was a growing concern among many adults back then, just as there is today,
Come here.
that the cultural forces influencing young people were leading them to be
Good job.
depressed,
Good job.
anxious, and antisocial.
All right, ready?
And in response to this,
Left.
they saw a
Left
subset of the
leg.
country saying
Right
what these young
arm.
people needed was medical intervention.
Ritalin is being increasingly prescribed for hyperactive and disrupted children.
3 years ago, Prozac hit the market in a
Prozac, that's the name of that fucking thing. That's why you can never remember it, because it fucked your world up.
Which sparked a national debate about whether it
Ah,
was to big
you know,
pharmaceutical
goodness.
companies and the doctors
You
who
get
were
two chits about you
kids
sleeping.
who needed these drugs.
Why are the drug companies marketing so feverishly to children now? This is not
Hey.
just the children's market. It's a lifetime patient.
The 90s saw the increasing influence of a disruptive form of media. The
Good job.
news cycle. Reporters on camera in real time, speculating about what's happening on the ground.
The siege began
You're
Sunday
right.
when 18
Good job.
agents went to the Branch Davidian compound near Waco to arrest cult leader David
And what they were often capturing
Cult leader David Koresh apparently remains holed up in his heavily armed fortress, and we assume that negotiations
were sensational and frightening tragedies, many of them involving the death of children.
At least 7 bodies were in the compound, victims from Sunday's shootout. Federal agents have confirmed there are more dead inside the compound.
In the siege at Waco, Texas, 76 people were killed, including 25 children.
A massive car bomb exploded outside of a large federal building in downtown Oklahoma City, killing children, killing federal employees, military men, and
The Oklahoma City bombing killed 168 people, including 19 children.
Bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and defenseless citizens.
And then, most notoriously, there was Columbine. Columbine wasn't the first school shooting, but largely because it was televised, it's seen as the school shooting that brought the issue front and center in America's consciousness, where it has remained ever since.
Shut up! There was a guy at a table right next to me and her, and they just shot him, and then walked away, and then he was just sitting there in a pool of blood.
35 students were shot. 14 of them died, and their bodies were brought out of the school on live television.
amid the gunshots and bomb blasts, hundreds of students
televised,
ran for their
right?
lives.
The two killers belonged to a group of students that named itself the Trenchcoat Mafia, and we were beginning to learn more about these teenagers.
And the massive coverage from the 24-hour news cycle.
The suspects were reportedly into the music of goth rocker Marilyn Manson, who has described himself as a satanic priest and an outsider.
Quickly formed a narrative, even before an investigation could be done.
Several school districts in the Denver area are banning students from wearing goth-like trench coats, and kids told us that police are rounding up some gothic teens. This young man's friend was brought in for questioning.
One of my friends gets arrested off the street for wearing a black trench coat, walking down the street for doing nothing wrong.
The speculation fueled fears about the influence of youth culture. It even came out that the two killers were on antidepressants.
Suicide, death, drug use, and Columbine-like behavior. I can say, now without a fight, you can't.
We now know, and it's worth mentioning, that much of that story told by the media in the aftermath of the shooting was wrong. The two killers were not part of a goth gang. They weren't big fans of Marilyn Manson. They weren't bullied by jocks. And in fact, one of them had been an athlete himself. But the story that was told resonated so deeply with the larger fears and anxieties of the 90s that it stuck.
When the Columbine school shooting happened, it served as confirmation.
This is Jared Stacy, who was a teenager back in the 90s, growing up in a community that, more than almost any other, feared the changes they were seeing in American society. Evangelical, fundamentalist Christians.
One of the features of the fundamentalism that I grew up in was this constant assumption of persecution.
Many versions of Christian fundamentalism had thrived in America throughout the 20th century. So much so that by the start of the 1990s, Jerry Falwell, founder of the Moral Majority movement, had declared, "Our goal has been achieved. The religious right is solidly in place, and religious conservatives in America are now in for the duration." But by the end of the decade and the Columbine massacre in 1999, many Christians were changing how they saw themselves and their standing in the culture.
The world was going to get worse and that persecution for Christians would come. And Columbine was huge. The way that Columbine was presented to us was that it was perpetrated by young men who were antagonistic towards Christians.
Well, they knew her and they knew that she was a Christian, and they created a target list. There were certain things that those boys wanted to come.
In addition to the reports about the Columbine killers being in a goth gang, many Christians heard an additional story. Churches across America were told that some students at Columbine had specifically been targeted for their faith. The killers allegedly walked up to these students, asked if they were Christians, and when the answer was yes, they executed them.
When that young man asked Cassie if she believed in God, she boldly said yes.
One of these stories turned into the best-selling book, She Said Yes.
We looked at each other and we said, would I have done that? I might have begged for my life. She didn't. She may have been 17, but she's probably a better woman than I will ever be.
Interviews with the victims' parents were passed around churches and youth groups.
This confirms and justifies the paranoia that we have, that we are under attack.
Now, just like the broader media stories surrounding Columbine, She Said Yes and these stories of martyrs also turned out to be unfounded. But at the time, it helped inspire this belief among evangelical Christians who already felt like the culture was turning against them, that now they were in real physical danger.
As we approach the 21st century, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to recognize that our entire culture is in trouble.
Columbine in some ways kind of proved that it was possible that you could walk out of your house and have a gun to your head and be asked, are you a Christian or not?
We're staring down the barrel of a loaded gun, and we can no longer afford to act like it's loaded with blanks.
There was Columbine, and I remember Harry Potter.
One of the bullets in this gun is the bullet of fantasy, which is just dominating our culture.
Come on.
Dominating. By the way, that's a sign of nihilism.
I mean, what? You'd rather have them believe in what then?
Of abandoning.
What are these kids supposed to be running around talking about? They can't talk about the government because we're over here committing crimes in Vietnam. Can't talk about the police because they're committing crimes against each other. Can't talk about magic because what? It's against God. Can't talk about God because he may out us. What are these supposed to do?
Jesus Christ can stand up and speak up and say we have a right to identify.
Blaspheme me some more. God wants anger.
My publishers
I don't know. What's
were
he thinking
definitely
about?
in trouble.
We'll be right back.
Life doesn't
You tell me to do push-ups and I do your 10 push-ups, I'll let your comment be read.
shouldn't be a hassle. Cornwell Health makes scheduling simple and stress-free. With our 24/7 online system, you can book a mammogram without making a phone call. Choose a time that fits your day and confirm in seconds. Protect your health on your time. Schedule now at corewellhealth.org/bookmammogram. That's corewellhealth.org/bookmammogram.
The detectives say missing kids usually come home. What happens when they don't?
Based on a true story. Police looking for John Gacy. We discovered notice. But what's in the other things he did to those kids.
The system failed these families.
Devil in disguise. John Wayne Gacy. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Do you know how many there are?
Up to you to find out. Under the category of children's fantasy literature, sales of Harry Potter books have received phenomenal acceptance worldwide, breaking all records in children's literature. Through Harry Potter books and audios, children as young as kindergarten age are being introduced to human sacrifice, the sucking of blood from dead animals, and possession by spirit beings. The question is, should parents be concerned that the eating power behind witchcraft is being made to look innocent and is being targeted towards their children through the Harry Potter phenomenon?
In the late 1990s and into the early 2000s, in what has become a largely forgotten chapter in the Harry Potter legacy, a passionate and motivated group of American Christians did everything they could to stop the popularity and ubiquity of Harry Potter.
Witchcraft is sin, right next to drunkenness, drugs, homosexuality, adultery.
At first, it was just a fringe. Do you remember when you first understood that people were calling your writing dangerous?
So I think it was in about 1999 that I first became aware that, the books were being banned.
Author J.K. Rowling.
That there was a vocal pushback against these books as dangerous and immoral.
But quickly, the movement spread to the airwaves of Christian radio.
He hates this. I mean, he really hates it. It's darkness, and he is light. It is evil.
Wicked, extreme words were being used. I was harming children. These books were poison for children's minds.
Then to popular Christian televangelists like John Hagee.
When you reject the truth, all that's left is a lie. When you reject love, all that's left is hate. When you reject love, go air telegram.
And the backlash, it kept.
As we crossed over into the year 2000, suddenly everything seemed to just supersize itself. Everything, from my point of view, became a bit more crazy.
What you mean having a blue-blooded valuable bag is not good luck?
And we had a bomb threat last year, allegedly from a far-right Christian person.
Although no bomb was ever found on the premises, it was enough to frighten Rowling and her team, especially because it was around this time that the fight against Harry Potter was ramping up at school board meetings across America.
The book's U.S. publisher is the highly respected Scholastic Books, which encourages teachers to read the books out loud to their students. Parent Elizabeth Mounts objects because she finds the books dark and disturbing.
There were book ban battles at school board meetings in Virginia, Texas, New Mexico, California.
Our child came home, it was being read in his class. Concern we had with these books was the times there's evil, there's death, there's lack of respect for human life, and there's the occult.
And then there was James Dobson, the head of the most influential Christian organization in the country, Focus on the Family.
If you don't introduce your kids to a meaningful relationship with Jesus Christ, then you will never see your kids again in the afterlife. As far as I'm concerned, this is job one for parents.
He joined the calls to boycott Potter, which led to even more American parents forbidding their kids to read the books.
Harry Potter books are mainstreaming witchcraft to our children and presenting it in a child-friendly format that's dangerous and deceptive.
By the early 2000s, this group of Christians, even though they felt they were persecuted and increasingly saw themselves as culturally marginalized, we now know, thanks to a memoir by White House speechwriter Matt Latimer, that people who opposed Rowling's work were in the White House.
We believe that the Almighty hears our prayers and answers those who seek Him.
According to Latimer, members of George W. Bush's own administration objected to giving J.K. Rowling the Presidential Medal of Freedom because the books encouraged witchcraft. And Rowling? She says she wasn't exactly surprised by the backlash.
The experience in America was not for the first time very different from the experience in the UK. I remember speaking to my American editor about it, and he was pretty robust about it. You know, he felt it's not true, these are very moral books. I remember saying to him, this was inevitable. And by that I meant it's got too big. It's just got too big. You know, there are plenty of other books about witches and wizards out there, but I think a lot of the pushback was the sheer scale of it. People were alarmed by the scale of it.
To start, can you tell me your name and what to use?
My name is David Hogue, D-A-V-I-D-H-O-G-U-E. I'm trying to do that in court, sorry. And I'm a lawyer. I've been practicing since 1994, I think. And when the Harry Potter case came up in Cedarville, Arkansas, actually I reached out to the school district and offered my assistance.
David Hogue is a Christian parent and lawyer. He represented the Arkansas School District in a Harry Potter book ban case in 2002 that set precedent for many school libraries still today.
Basically what happened in Cedarville was the library. She got the books and put them in the library for kids to get and read because it was popular then, and it did get, I mean, kids were reading 300-page books, which was crazy. So she put them in the library, and then I think it was Angie Haney, who was the parent who found out about that and wanted them taken out of the library altogether, or at least just behind the desk so parents would have to approve. And that's where it all started.
So does the hubbub over Harry Potter seem outlandish, or do parents have a real argument here?
There was people on both sides at the school board meetings.
I think it's just fantasy. It's a book. It's not reality, and I think children can make the difference. They can draw the line.
Some parents were saying these books are good for the kids because it promotes literacy, and some parents were saying this is horrible for the kids because it promotes witchcraft.
The thing that we found, my wife and I found objectionable was it was being read aloud to our son in his class. And in this Palestine era that we're living in, we felt like with kids living out their fantasies, this book may have potential for them.
To say the least, it was tense.
And how urgent was this for them?
I was ridiculously urgent because the books were everywhere and they were written for kids. And a lot of parents were afraid that a child will read, you know, a couple of the first pages and get hooked in and, you know, hide under their bed and keep reading and be sucked into something they shouldn't be.
This is from book 1. See what I've become, the face said, mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks. Yikes, unicorn blood?
When was the first time you heard of Harry Potter? Do you remember?
Honestly, the first time I heard of Harry Potter was when the books first started coming out. At first, when people would tell me, you know, there's these Harry Potter books, and it's about a kid that's a witch, and it's kind of naturally in him that he's a witch, and then he learns the skills of a witch and so forth, and he goes to a witch school or a witch or wizardry school. At first, I took it seriously, like a lot of people do, because based on my own Baptist Christian raising and my study of witchcraft and sorcery and demonology and so forth.
David actually told me that in college he'd taken classes trying to better understand things like exorcism, some of the older practices in the Christian faith.
And I found some things that matched sort of the real life stuff that I'd read about.
So, Christianity, in its essence, is a religion based on unearned grace and sacrifice. The foundational claim of many Christians is that God created all people and loved them so much that he sent his own son to rescue them, both from their own evil nature and from all the darkness, pain, and injustice that fills this world and makes life so hard.
In spite of our rebellion, in spite of our disobedience, in spite of our sins, God loves us. That's the truth.
Hey, I got a crown now. Can I do that?
God loves every person in the whole world.
And in turn, Christians are commanded to love all people and to fight against that darkness and injustice. But many fundamentalists believe that the same Bible that teaches them to love also teaches them to take an active role in shaping the morality of the broader culture by challenging what they see as antithetical to Christian morals. That Bible demands that they engage in a cosmic war between good and evil, and that they must be on guard constantly, because evil is lurking everywhere.
We should love the things that God loves and hate the things that God hates. God hates divination, sorcery, and witchcraft, and we should too.
Shut up.
And witchcraft is a part of that evil.
Witchcraft teaches that there's only one power. It's neutral. The Bible says there's two powers, the power of God and the power of the devil. And this verse says that we are in a battle between these two powers. And it's an intense battle. And it's
Question.
right now. There's another person.
Am I a participant or am I just viewing? Because, I mean, if you're preaching about it, I'd rather not take any advice from you.
Witchcraft in the Bible, and one of the clearest is found in Leviticus. A man also or a woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a witch, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them. Or in Exodus, the simple, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. But there are also many other verses that warn about the evils of things associated with witchcraft, like divination, the seeking of unknown or future things by supernatural forces. And J.K. Rowling made divination one of the classes in the fictional wizard school that Harry attends.
Deuteronomy 18 says, anyone who practices divination or tells fortunes or interprets omens or a sorcerer or a charmer or or a medium or a necromancer or one who inquires of the dead. That's a pretty big list.
And the central fear of these Christians isn't really that their kids are going to start predicting the future or casting spells. It's that these evil forces will literally harm their children.
I believe that some of that is real, and it concerned me that some of the things in Harry Potter, which were put in a fiction book, were actually taken from reality.
Like divination?
Yes. In my opinion, at first, having not read the books, it touched it a little bit too realistically, and it touched it a little bit too much for my taste.
And maybe it sounds absurd to be talking about witchcraft invading kids' minds in modern America. But actually, it was something talked about, not just in Christian circles, but in the culture more broadly, even on mainstream news.
It's hard to know the exact numbers, but Wicca is believed to be one of the fastest growing religions among high school and college students. This form of witchcraft, with its reverence for the earth and nature, appeals to young environmentalists, and Wicca's emphasis on a goddess as well as God draws young girls. Dave,
This is an NPR news feature that aired on All Things Considered in the early 2000s.
There's an increasing willingness to say, well, what I believe is true, but I believe that other individuals have access to the truth as well. In fact, I think I can have my beliefs and add on to them some beliefs of my neighbor.
And that in part explains the wild popularity of Wicca, or witchcraft, among young people.
Touch us, change us.
Wicca, with its mystical ceremonies, its goddess worship, its reverence for nature, offers no specific doctrine. Followers can stitch together a personal religion with, say, Native American prayer and Hindu meditation. What counts is that it's yours.
The reporter even discusses the connection between pop culture and teenage interest in witchcraft.
She began noticing the surge in teen interest with the release of a certain film in 1996, when witchcraft became young and glamorous.
Guardian of the Feather Sea, show us your glory. Show us your power.
Was a hit among teenage girls and changed the way they thought about witches.
And even though that connection is depicted as harmless in the story, it was exactly what many Christians advocating for boycotts were afraid of.
Hollywood is glorifying witchcraft.
Whether on TV,
One of the biggest ones here is Sabrina, teenage vampire slayer charm series,
or in the movies.
Practical Magic, which is Eastwick, the craft. These programs and these movies have been watched by kids and young adults and adults over and over and over and over again. And of course, then there's probably the biggest of them all, and that is Harry Potter.
It got to the point where Rowling in interviews felt the need to say clearly that she didn't actually believe in magic. There are two groups of people who believe wholeheartedly with them. One are people who believe passionately in the boarding school system, and the other group are practicing witches. I have to say, I'm not on either of their sides. That she wasn't trying to spread witchcraft at all. Believe in magic in one sense, but some, like Christian film producer Carol Matriciana, pushed back, essentially saying, it doesn't matter what you say. We can see that you do, in fact, support witchcraft.
Many have argued that Joanne Rowling is not teaching the children witchcraft and the books are not about witchcraft. The lie about this is a true representation
We'll just jump
witchcraft and black arts and black magic.
Christian televangelist John Hankey even wondered if she was a secret Nazi.
Even Harry Potter's forehead is marked with the lightning bolt of the Hitler SS.
And so, the calls for book bans continued.
The school board initially put the books behind the librarian's desk and required a parent's permission slip for any child to check out those books, or even just to get them and read them in the library.
Again, attorney David.
I had to get my social security number. Check out any library.
Kind of as best as safe and sorry.
Brain has been on lockdown forever.
That the parents are vehemently opposed to, and the parents say are
This is my
dangerous
home.
for the kids. And so they thought that the best compromise position.
So my stove
would be,
is
okay,
literally
the books are still available, but you have to have
here.
parental permission to get to the books.
And then front door.
Hi, Brian.
And this is Brian Metters. He was the attorney arguing on behalf of the parents who wanted Potter to be freely available in Cedar Hills. He's retired now, agreed to take my call from his home in Memphis, Tennessee.
What your side in this case was reviewing.
How much control, if any, a school board can exercise on the content that is already in the school library? Can they restrict certain viewpoints because they don't personally like them, or find that it goes against their religion? Or is a school library an open forum and age-appropriate material can be freely distributed? We believe that it was the latter. The school library is an open forum. It is there for intellectually curious children. Material that is already in the library that is age-appropriate should be freely available without any restriction based on the material's viewpoint.
Ultimately, Brian's side won the case.
Because we have very good precedent on our side. The three school members, they all have been the reason they restricted those books was because they didn't agree with the religious viewpoint. They deemed the books to be Or they thought they were doing the right thing by restricting access to the books. Defining the insight behind the dysfunction that the books cause. We got a pretty solid case.
Here's how David Hope explains it.
The judge at that
Fucking
time.
fine, claw my way out of this goddamn room. I ain't going back. I'm trying to make it with my bad ass. Fucking people, I ain't going back in that room.
The right to parents having a say in their children's education. Even a minor child has that right to freedom of information that can't be abridged by the school and the parents' concerns about what may be in that information.
So ultimately, do you think the courts were right in how they ruled, even though it meant that you lost the case?
Oh yeah, some cases need to be lost.
One strange thing about this story is that in talking to David, I learned that he had completely changed his mind about this case that he'd argued so strongly long ago.
If Christians get all caught up in banning books that we think are dangerous for our kids, then we're legally opening the door to non-Christians banning books for their kids that we think are good for their kids.
One of the reasons I wanted to talk to Brian and David is because of the many recent book bans taking place across America right now.
That's why.
But we want to turn now to the book bans in America's schools and libraries. A recent study found hundreds of books, mostly focused on LGBTQ themes or racial issues, have been banned across the country.
Banning books of their subject matter. The Hillsdale Library is looking at the shelves on LGBTQ topics.
And how these Harry Potter book ban cases from years ago are still having an effect on our culture today. The battle is over these 5 books with LGBTQ themes.
These awesome lifestyle choices are destructive and wrong. Would you say that these cases involving Harry Potter related book bans and restrictions are now the kind of precedent protecting LGBTQ books in the library?
I think that's the part of legacy very much is LGBTQ books. Things like this are going to always happen. And they always have history. Like there's always these 7 groups that consider themselves aggrieved. They're going to try to shut down the influence that they don't like. A good example of this might be Huckleberry Finn. Huckleberry Finn has been attacked at different times with both the right and the left. Decades ago, the right attacked it because they didn't approve of the race mixing in the book. Now, left-wing groups attack it because they believe that it portrays African Americans in a disfavorable light. These have always happened. The left and the left, there you go. Right? They're not about you can ever really get rid of them, you can just sort of reduce the number.
What did you think of David Hope, who argued the case later?
I like David Hope. I don't want to mention something else who later became a friend of mine. At that time in our lives, David and I saw the world very differently. But I wanted to respect that.
And David Hoke, for his part, eventually read the Harry Potter series in its entirety and changed his mind about it too.
They are good books. I think they do get a bit dark, but I don't see horror in those books. And if you have contact with J.K. Rowling, please thank her for the joy that those books are.
So looking back, would you say that the Christian parents were maybe part of a movement specifically around those books?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary world out there.
That's the whole law.
And I remember back then that it seemed like the world was just getting to be a more and more scary place. Once you start seeing, the 24-hour news cycle, CNN break off this direction and Fox News break off this direction, the internet was just coming in, and I think people were starting to have a little bit of fear of what all was out there.
You would see these people, burning your books, literally burning them and trying to get them banned and removed from schools and libraries.
How did you understand what was going on inside of them? Well, I think that this is something I explore in the Potter books. A sense of righteousness is not incompatible with doing terrible things. You know, most of the people in movements that we consider hugely abhorrent, many of the people involved in those movements understood themselves to be on the side of righteousness, believed they were doing the right thing, felt themselves justified in what they were doing. I suppose for me, book burners by definition, predictably, to me have placed themselves across a line of rational debate. I'm simply going to destroy the idea that I don't like. I will destroy the idea. I can't destroy it, so I will destroy its representation. I will burn this book. There is no book on this planet that I would burn. No book, including books that I do think are damaging. Burning, to me, is the last resort for people who cannot argue. One theme that really jumps out right at the start of the books is how people like Harry's aunt and uncle keep saying to him, don't ask questions. And I just wonder, like, what's the significance of having this whole 7-book journey start with that theme? Well, there you are. You see, we've just returned immediately to the book burners. They are completely certain that they are doing the right thing, and that justifies cruelty, unmerited punishment, telling him he thinks he's not. You know, he's bad, he's wrong, and hiding information. And they don't ask questions, and the burning of the letters, there you are, you have it right at the start. You are not allowed to look beyond what we say is normal, what we say is the world. There are plenty of stories, you know, especially children's stories, where the heroes are the heroes and the villains are the villains, and the only real question in the stories is whether the heroes can defeat the villains. But that's not the Harry Potter story at all. You know, the heroes are flawed. Some people we think of as villains turn out to be the ones who save the day. And, you know, so many characters that we at first glance think are bad or scary are actually just misunderstood. And one of the early themes of the books is that if you want to figure out the truth, you shouldn't jump to conclusions, that your prejudices can betray you, and that your first judgment might not be accurate. You know, you really seem to have this deep awareness of this type of human behavior, that, you know, the temptation to fall into this like very simplistic black and white kind of morality. But there is also a clear presence in the books of the reality that there is such a thing as good, and there is such a thing as evil. And even though it's not always easy to tell, you ultimately have to. Yeah. Right? How do you discern when a behavior falls on one side of that line or the other? I mean, that's such a deep question, and it goes to the heart of Potter, and it goes to the heart of much of my worldview. The irredeemably evil character Potter has dehumanized himself. So Voldemort has consciously and deliberately made himself less than human. And we see the natural conclusion of what he's done to himself through very powerful magic. What he's left with is something less than human. And he's done that deliberately. He sees humane behavior as weakness. He has reduced himself to something that cannot feel the full range of human emotion. There's a huge appeal, and I try to show this in the Potter books, to black and white thinking. It's the easiest place to be, and in many ways it's the safest place to be. If you take an all or nothing position on anything, you will definitely find comrades. You will easily find a community. I've sworn allegiance to this one simple idea. What I try to show in the Potter books, and what I feel very strongly myself, we should mistrust ourselves most when we are certain. And we should question ourselves most when we receive a rush of adrenaline by doing or saying something. Many people mistake that rush of adrenaline for the voice of conscience. I got a rush from saying that, I'm right. In my worldview, conscience speaks in a very small and inconvenient voice. And it's normally saying to you, think again, look more deeply, consider this. And I was struck, actually, in the phenomenon by how the two characters that caused the most furious debate, I'm actually using the word furious quite literally, so what? Dumbledore and Snape. So what? People wanted Dumbledore to be perfect. He's deeply flawed. But he is, to me, he is an exemplar of goodness. He did wrong. He learned. He grew wise. But he has to make the difficult decisions that people in the real world have to make. Very difficult decisions. Meanwhile, you have Snape. Incontrovertibly a bully. He can be mean. He can be sadistic. He's bitter. But he is courageous. He is determined to make good what he did terribly wrong. And without him, disaster would have occurred. And I have had fans really angry at me for not categorizing Snape in particular, just wanting clarity and simplicity. Let's just agree this is a really bad guy. And I'm thinking, well, I can't agree with you because I know him. But also I can't agree with you full stop because people can be deeply flawed, people can make mistakes, people can do bad things. In fact, show me the human being who hasn't. And they can also be capable of greatness. And I mean greatness in a moral sense, not in a fame or an achievement sense.
That's true.
So let me talk about the infamous book burning video for a second. I am not just offended by what J.K. Rowling says. I am fearful because of what she is promoting on her platform.
J.K. Rowling is literally putting trans lives at further risk. She just is. It's disgusting and it's problematic. I mean, let's face it, Hermione would punch this woman in the face right now.
Harry Potter franchise is literally making this world unsafe for kids today.
More to come next. You've been listening to the Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, produced by Andy Mills, Matthew Cole, and me, Megan Phelps-Roper, and brought to you by the Free Press. Our sincere thanks to you for listening, and we would love to listen to you too. If you have any thoughts or questions for us, you can send us an email at witchtrials@thefp.com.
Hachette Audio presents The Casual Vacancy, written by J.K. Rowling, read by Tom Hollander. Part 1. 6/11. A casual vacancy is deemed to have occurred A. When a local councillor fails to make his declaration of acceptance of office within the proper time, or B. when his notice of resignation is received, or C. on the day of his death. Charles Arnold Baker, Local Council Administration, 7th edition. Sunday. Barry Fairbrother did not want to go out to dinner. He had endured a thumping headache for most of the weekend and was struggling to make a deadline for the local newspaper. However, his wife had been a little stiff and uncommunicative over lunch, and Barry deduced that his anniversary card had not mitigated the crime of shutting himself away in the study all morning. It did not help that he'd been writing about Crystal,
whom Mary disliked, although she pretended otherwise. "Mary, I want to take you out to dinner," he had lied, to break the frost. 19 years, kids, 19 years, and your mother's never looked lovelier. Mary had softened and smiled, so Barry had to telephone to the golf club because it was nearby and they were sure of getting a table. He tried to give his wife pleasure in little ways, because he had come to realize after nearly 2 decades together how often he disappointed her in the big things. It was never intentional. They simply had very different notions of what ought to take up most space in life. Barry and Mary's 4 children were past the age of needing a babysitter. They were watching television when he said goodbye to them for the last time, and only Declan, the youngest, turned to look at him and raised his hand in farewell. Barry's headache continued to thump behind his ear as he reversed out of the drive and set off through the pretty little town of Bagford, where they had lived as long as they had been married. They drove down Church Row, the steeply sloping street where the most expensive houses stood in all their Victorian extravagance and solidity. Around the corner by the mock Gothic church, where he had once watched his twin girls perform Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, and across the square, where they had a clear view of the dark skeleton of the ruined abbey that dominated the town's skyline, set high on a hill, melding with the violet sky. All Barry could think of as he twiddled the steering wheel, navigating the familiar turns, were the mistakes he was sure he'd made, rushing to finish the article he had just emailed to the Yarville District Gazette. Garrulous and engaging in person, he found it difficult to carry his personality onto paper. The golf club lay a mere 4 minutes away from the square, a little beyond the point where the town petered out in a final wheeze of old cottages. Barry parked the people carrier outside the club restaurant, Birdie, and stood for a moment beside the car while Mary reapplied her lipstick. The cool evening air was pleasant on his face. As he watched the contours of the golf course disintegrating into the dust, Barry wondered why he kept up his membership. He was a bad golfer. His swing was erratic and his handicap was high. He had so many other calls on his time. His head throbbed worse than ever. Mary switched off the mirror light and closed the passenger side door. Barry pressed the auto lock on the key ring in his hand. His wife's high heels clacked on the tarmac. The car's locking system beeped. Barry wondered whether his nausea might abate once he had eaten. Then, pain such as he had never experienced sliced through his brain like a demolition ball. He barely noticed the smarting of his knees as they smacked onto the cold tarmac. His skull was awash with fire and blood. The agony was excruciating beyond endurance, except that endure it he must, for oblivion was still a minute away. Mary screamed, and kept screaming. Several men came running from the bar. One of them sprinted back inside the building to see whether either of the club's retired doctors was present. A married couple, acquaintances of Barry and Mary's, heard the commotion from the restaurant, abandoned their starters, and hurried outside to see what they could do. The husband called 999 on his mobile. The ambulance had to come from the neighbouring city of Yarville, and it took 25 minutes to reach them. By the time the pulsing blue light slid over the scene, Barry was lying motionless and unresponsive on the ground in a pool of his own vomit. Mary was crouching beside him, the knees of her tights ripped, clutching his hand, sobbing and whispering his name. Monday. 1. "Brace yourself," said Miles Morrison, standing in the kitchen of one of the big houses in Church Row. He had waited until 6:30 in the morning to make the call. It had been a bad night, full of long stretches of wakefulness punctuated by snatches of restless sleep. At 4 in the morning, he realized that his wife was awake too, and they had talked quietly for a while in the darkness. even as they discussed what they had been forced to witness, each trying to dissipate vague feelings of fright and shock. Feathery little ripples of excitement had tickled Miles's insides at the thought of delivering the news to his father. He had intended to wait until 7, but fear that somebody else might beat him to it had propelled him to the telephone early. What happened? Boomed Howard's voice, with a slightly taking edge. Miles had put him on speakerphone for Samantha's benefit. Mahogany brown in her pale pink dressing gown, she had taken advantage of their early waking to apply another handful of self-sun to her fading natural tan. The kitchen was full of the mingled smells of instant coffee and synthetic coconut. Fairbrother's dead. Collapsed at the golf club last night. Sam and I were having dinner at the Birdie. Fairbrother's dead, roared Howard. The inflection implied that he'd been expecting some dramatic change in the status of Barry Fairbrother, but that even he had not anticipated actual death. Collapsed in the car park, repeated Miles. Good God, said Howard. He wasn't much past 40, was he? Good God. Miles and Samantha listened to Howard breathing like a blown horse. He was always short of breath in the mornings. What was it? Heart? Something in his brain, I think. We went with Mary to the hospital, and Howard was not paying attention. Miles and Samantha heard him speaking away from his mouthpiece. Barry Fairbrother, dead! It's Miles! Miles and Samantha sipped their coffee, waiting for Howard to come back. Samantha's dressing gown gaped open as she sat at the kitchen table, revealing the contours of her big breasts as they rested on her forearms. Upwards pressure made them appear fuller and smoother than they were when they hung unsupported. The leathery skin of her upper cleavage radiated little cracks that no longer vanished when decompressed. She had been a great user of sunbeds when younger. What? Said Howard, back on the line. What did you say about hospital? Sam and I went in the ambulance, Miles enunciated clearly, with Mary and the body. Samantha noticed how Miles's second version emphasized what you might call the more commercial aspect of the story. Samantha did not blame him. Their reward for enduring the awful experience was the right to tell people about it. She did not think she would ever forget it. Mary wailing, Barry's eyes still half open above the muzzle-like mask. She and Miles trying to read the paramedic's expression. The crowd jolting, the dark windows, the terror. Good God, said Howard for the third time, ignoring Shirley's soft background questioning. His attention on Miles. He just dropped down dead in the car park. Yeah, said Miles. The moment I saw him, it was pretty obvious there was nothing to be done. It was his first lie, and he turned his eyes away from his wife as he told it. She remembered his big protective arm around Mary's shaking shoulders. He'll be okay. He'll be okay. But after all, thought Samantha, giving Miles his due, how were you supposed to know one way or the other when they were strapping on masks and shoving in needles? It had seemed as though they were trying to save Barry, and none of them had known for certain that it was no good until the young doctor had walked towards Mary at the hospital. Samantha could still see with awful clarity Mary's naked, petrified face and the expression of the bespectacled, sleek-haired young woman in the white coat, composed, yet a little wary. They showed that sort of thing on television drama all the time, but when it actually happened... Not at all, Miles was saying. Gavin was only playing squash with him on Thursday, and he seemed all right then. Oh yeah, flash Gavin. Good God. Just goes to show you, doesn't it? Just goes to show. Hang on, Mum wants a word. A clunk and a clatter, and Shirley's soft voice came on the line. What a dreadful shock, Miles, she said. Are you all right? Samantha took a clumsy mouthful of coffee. It trickled from the corners of her mouth down the sides of her chin, and she mopped her face and chest with her sleeve.
Miles had adopted the voice he often used when speaking to his mother. Deeper than usual, a take command, nothing phases me voice, punchy and no nonsense. Sometimes, especially when drunk, Samantha would imitate Miles and Shirley's conversations. Not to worry, Mummy. Miles here, your little soldier.
Darling, you are wonderful, so big and brave and clever.
Once or twice, lately, Samantha had done this in front of other people, leaving Miles cross and defensive, though pretending to laugh. There had been a row last time in the car going home.
You went all the way to the hospital with her,
Shirley was saying from the speakerphone. No, thought Samantha, we got bored halfway there and asked to be let out. Least we can do. Wish we could have done more. Samantha got up and walked over to the toaster.
I'm sure Mary was very grateful,
said Shirley. Samantha crashed the lid of the bread bin and rammed 4 pieces of bread into the slots. Miles's voice became more natural. Yeah, well, once the doctors had confirmed that he was dead, Mary wanted Colin and Tessa walk. Sam phoned them. We waited until they arrived and then we left.
Well, it was very lucky for Mary that you were there,
said Shirley. Dad wants another word, Miles. I'll put him on. Speak later.
Speak later,
Samantha mouthed at the kettle, wagging her head. Her distorted reflection was puffy after their sleepless night, her chestnut brown eyes bloodshot. In her haste to witness the telling of Howard, Samantha had carelessly rubbed fake tanning lotion into the rims. Why don't you and Sam come over this evening? Howard was booming. No, Mum's reminded me we're playing bridge with the Boltons. Come over tomorrow for dinner, about 7. Maybe, said Miles, glancing at Samantha. I'll have to see what Sam's got on. She did not indicate whether or not she wanted to go. A strange sense of anticlimax filled the kitchen as Miles hung up. I can't believe it, he said, as if she hadn't heard everything. They ate their toast and drank fresh mugs of coffee in silence. Some of Samantha's irritability lifted as she chewed. She remembered how she had woken with a jerk in their dark bedroom in the early hours, and had been absurdly relieved and grateful to feel Miles beside her, big and paunchy, smelling of vetiver and old sweat. Then she imagined telling customers at the shop about how a man had dropped dead in front of her, and about the mercy dash to hospital. She thought of ways to describe various aspects of the journey, and of the climactic scene with the doctor. The youth of that self-possessed young woman had made the whole thing worse. They ought to give the job of breaking the news to someone older. Then, with a further lift of her spirits, she recollected that she had an appointment with the Champetre sales rep tomorrow. He had been pleasantly flirty on the telephone. I'd better get moving, said Miles, and he drained his coffee mug, his eyes on the brightening sky beyond the window. He heaved a deep sigh and patted his wife on her shoulder as he passed on the way to the dishwasher with his empty plate and mug. Christ puts everything in perspective, though, doesn't it, eh? Shaking his close-cropped greying head, he left the kitchen. Samantha sometimes found Miles absurd and increasingly dull. Every now and then, though, she enjoyed his pomposity in precisely the same spirit as she liked, on formal occasions, to wear a hat. It was appropriate, after all, to be solemn and a little worthy this morning. She finished her toast and cleared away her breakfast things, mentally refining the story she planned to tell her assistant. 2. Only Fairbrother's dead, panted Ruth Price. She had almost run up the chilly garden path so as to have a few more minutes with her husband before he left for work. She didn't stop in the porch to take off her coat, but, still muffled and gloved, burst into the kitchen where Simon and their teenage sons were eating breakfast. Her husband froze, a piece of toast halfway to his lips, then lowered it with theatrical slowness. The 2 boys, both in school uniform, looked from one parent to the other, mildly interested. An aneurysm, they think, said Ruth, still a
little breathless as she tweaked off her gloves finger by finger, unwinding her scarf and unbuttoning her coat. A thin, dark woman with heavy, mournful eyes. The stark blue nurse's uniform suited her. He collapsed at the golf club. Sam and Miles Mollison brought him in, and then Colin and Tessa Wall came. She darted out to the porch to hang up her things and was back in time to answer Simon's shouted question. What's an aneurysm? An aneurysm, a burst artery in the brain. She flitted over to the kettle, switched it on, then began to sweep crumbs from the work surface around the toaster, talking all the while. He'll have had a massive cerebral hemorrhage. His poor, poor wife. She's absolutely devastated. Momentarily stricken, Ruth gazed out of her kitchen window over the crisp whiteness of her frost-crusted lawn at the abbey across the valley, stark and skeletal against the pale pink and grey sky, and the panoramic view that was the glory of Hilltop House. Hagford, which by night was no more than a cluster of twinkling lights in a dark hollow far below, was emerging into chilly sunlight. Ruth saw none of it. Her mind was still at the hospital, watching Mary emerge from the room where Barry lay, all futile aids to life removed. Ruth Price's pity flowed most freely and sincerely for those whom she believed to be like herself. No, Mary had moaned, and that instinctive denial had reverberated inside Ruth because she had been afforded a glimpse of herself in the identical situation. Hardly able to bear the thought, she turned to Jackson. His light brown hair was still thick. His frame was almost as wiry as it had been in his 20s, and the crinkles at the corners of his eyes were merely attractive. But Ruth's return to nursing after a long break had confronted her anew with the 1,000,001 ways the human body could malfunction. She had had more detachment when she was young. Now she realised how lucky they all were to be alive. Couldn't they do anything for him? Asked Simon. Couldn't they plug it up? He sounded frustrated, as though the medical profession had, yet again, bungled the business by refusing to do the simple and obvious thing. Andrew thrilled with savage pleasure. He had noticed lately that his father had developed a habit of countering his mother's use of medical terms with crude, ignorant suggestions. Cerebral hemorrhage, plug it up. His mother didn't realise what his father was up to. She never did. Andrew ate his Weetabix and burned with hatred. It was too late to do anything by the time they got him out to us, said Ruth, dropping tea bags into the pot. He died in the ambulance right before they arrived. Bloody hell, said Simon. I wasn't 40. But Ruth was distracted. Oh, your hair's completely matted at the back. Have you brushed it at all? She pulled a hairbrush from her handbag and pushed it into her younger son's hand. No warning signs or anything. Simon, as Paul dragged the brush through the thick of his hair. He'd had a bad headache for days, apparently. Said Simon, chewing toast, and he ignored it. Oh, yes, he didn't think anything of it. Simon swallowed. Goes to show, doesn't it? He said portentously. Gotta watch yourself. That's wise, thought Andrew with furious contempt. That's profound. So it was Barry Fairbrother's own fault his brain had burst open. You self-satisfied fucker, Andrew told his father, loudly, inside his own head. Simon pointed his knife at his eldest son and said, oh, and by the way, he's going to be getting a job. Oh, pizza face there. Startled, Ruth turned from her husband to her son. Andrew's acne stood out, livid and shiny from his empurpling cheek, as he stared down at his bowl of beige mush. Yeah, said Simon. Lazy little shit's going to start earning some money. If he wants to smoke, he can pay for it out of his own wages. No more pocket money. Andrew, wailed Ruth, you haven't been. Oh, yes, he has. I caught him in the woodshed, said Simon, his expression a distillation of spite. Andrew. No more money from us. You want fags, you buy them, said Simon. But we said, whimpered Ruth. We said with his exams coming. Judging by the way he fucked up his mocks, we'll be lucky if he gets any qualifications. He can get himself out to McDonald's early, get some experience, said Simon, standing up and pushing in his chair, relishing the sight of Andrew's hanging head, the dark pimpled edge of his face. Because we're not supporting you through any recess, pal. It's now or never. Oh, Simon, said Ruth reproachfully. What? Simon took 2 stamping steps towards his wife. Ruth shrank back against the sink. The pink plastic brush fell out of Paul's hand. I'm not going to fund the little fucker's filthy habit. Fucking cheek of him, puffing away in my fucking shed. Simon hit himself on the chest. My. The dull thunk made Ruth wince. I was bringing home a salary when I was that spotty little shit's age. If he wants fags, he can pay for them himself. All right. All right. He had thrust his face to within 6 inches of Ruth's. Yes, Simon, she said, very quietly. Andrew's bowels seemed to have become liquid. He had made a vow to himself not 10 days previously, had the moment arrived so soon. But his father stepped away from his mother and marched out of the kitchen towards the porch. Ruth, Andrew and Paul remained quite still. They might have promised not to move in his absence. Did you fill up the tank? Simon shouted, as he always did when she'd been working on a night shift. Yes, Ruth called back, striving for brightness, for normality. The front door rattled and slammed. Ruth busied herself with the teapot, waiting for the billowing atmosphere to shrink back to its usual proportions. Only when Andrew was about to leave the room to clean his teeth did she speak. He worries about you, Andrew. About your health. He does, that cunt. Inside his head, Andrew mapped Simon obscenity for obscenity. Inside his head, he could take Simon in a fair fight. Aloud to his mother, he said, yeah, right. 3. Every present was a sickle moon of 1930s bungalows which lay 2 minutes from Pagford's main square. In number 36, a house tenanted longer than any other in the street, Shirley Mollison sat, propped up against her pillows, sipping the tea that her husband had brought her. The reflection facing her in the mirrored doors of the built-in wardrobe had a mystic quality, due partly to the fact that she was not wearing glasses, partly to the soft glow cast over the room by her rose-patterned curtains. In this flattering hazy light, the dimpled pink and white face beneath the short silver hair was cherubic.
Hey, what you doing? Tell me to get the fuck up. Get rid of my anymore. Did himself. Hey, I got an idea for some noodles. What do you want to hear about it?
Tell me, is this a fic or a song lyric?
No, I got my new bone broth in. It looks pretty fancy. It's a product from Hebron, Illinois.
This is gonna be a hit. Ugh, I'm already thinking of a drink to pair with it.
Maybe like a rice wine.
I'm loving this idea. Would you drink it while recording a track in the studio?
That'd probably be pretty cool.
So, how's your music coming along? You working on something new?
You know, I usually try to. I think it does a lot of good.
I love your music, especially the insane clown bossy vibe you've got going on. What inspires your lyrics?
Those guys do some crazy things, don't they?
Their concerts are wild. I've seen videos of them spreading the crowd that they go. Do you go to their shows?
Put Fago?
feeling this song's gonna be fire. Do you want me to come up with a hook for it?
What do you think about dehydrated shrimp?
That's an interesting ingredient. Would you put it in your bone broth noodles?
I do.
Dehydrated shrimp in your bone broth noodles is a game changer. Are you gonna try this recipe in your next round first?
But I also have 2 types of dehydrated vegetables.
This broth is getting intense. Is your song about this epic noodle dish or something entirely different?
I think the one in the bowl is more authentic.
I'm totally curious. What's in this authentic bowl?
You have your carrots. It looks like your chives, maybe some onion, and there's no dill.
You're really making my mouth water. Do you think I can make this dish for the coffee shop's menu?
It's probably pretty easy to put up. You can get a dehydrator easy.
You're hilarious. I think you need ingredients, not diapers, right?
Yeah.
I'm dying laughing. Would you come to the coffee shop if I served you a noodle dish?
No. Hey, I'm gonna call you back. I gotta get the dog some stuff going.
I'm so curious.
Hey. What's more than milk? That's not belly of a thing we're running on. Eat it. So bad. Christ. So good. So good.
start. I loved you so hard. Now I can say this with my hand on my I loved you so hard. Now I can say this with my hand on
She's always ready. As I walk through the shadow, I take a look at my life. There's nothing left. 'Cause I've been dancing and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never seen a man that didn't deserve it. Treated like a dog, you know that's unheard of. We spending most our lives in a gangster's paradise. We spending most our lives living in a gangster's You better watch how you're talking and where you walking on. You and your brothers might be lying in chalk. I really hate to trip, but I got to look as it croak. I see myself in the pistol smoke. Oh, I'm the kind of tree that always wanna be alive. On my knees in the night. Gangsta's paradise. Gangsta's paradise. Gangsta's paradise. Gangsta's paradise.
Why do you always gotta say things?
Once upon a time, far away land, there was a tiny kingdom, peaceful, prosperous, and rich in romance and tradition. In a stately chateau, there lived a widow,
Let's do it.
Cinderella. Although he was a kind and devoted father and gave his beloved child every luxury and comfort, still he felt she needed a mother's care. And so he married again, choosing for his second wife a woman of good family with two daughters just Cinderella's age, Eileen, Anastasia, and Drusilla. It was upon an untimely death of this good man, however, that the stepmother's true nature was revealed. Cold, cruel, and bitterly jealous of Cinderella's charm and beauty, she was grimly determined to forward the interests of her own two awkward daughters. Thus, as time went by, the chateau fell into disrepair, for the family fortunes were squandered upon the vain and selfish stepsisters, while Cinderella was abused, humiliated, and finally forced to become a servant in her own house. And yet, through it all, Cinderella remained ever gentle and kind. For with each dawn, she found new hope that someday her dreams of happiness would come true.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, arm it. Arm it.
Searching and spoiling people's best dreams. Yes, I know it's a lovely morning, but it was a lovely dream. What kind of a dream? Can't tell. Because if you tell a wish, it won't come true. And after all, a dream is a wish your heart takes when you're fast asleep. In dreams.
What the hell? Hey, Gretchen.
Wish for you see. Have faith in your dreams, and someday your rainbow will come smiling. No matter how your heart is grieving, if you keep on believing, the dream that you wish will come true. Oh, that clock. Killjoy. I hear you. Come on, get up, you say. Time to start another day. Repeat round. Well, there's one thing. They can't order me to stop dreaming. And perhaps
Spine devices. All of them.
the dreams that I wish will come true. That I'll remember.
I don't know. The dream that you wish will come true. Wait a minute. What at a time. Now, Jack, what's all the fuss about? What's that? Right now.
Visitor. Well, she'll need a dress and a Oh, that does make a difference. Here, jacket, shoes. Where? In the front. But why didn't you say so? Now, calm down, everybody. I'm scared to death. Jack, explain the thing.
Oh, we like it here. We just like it here too. She's nice, very nice. That's up better. Come on now. Sup.
Well, that's better. Well, let's just slip it on your sides. Here's a little snub. Well, we'll have to do. Now for the name. I've got one. I'll take this. After this, we'll call you Gus. Gus. Now I've got the hurry. See that he keeps out of trouble, Jack. And don't forget to warn him about the cat.
Like that. What does that mean? Please check it out. Damn it. The destructions. Puppy destruction, say.
Here. I'm sorry if your highness objects to early breakfast. It's certainly not my idea to feed you first. It's orders.
Help! Help!
That's bad. Suppose they heard you upstairs. You know the orders. So if you don't want to lose the nice big thing, you better get rid of those dreams. How? Just learn to like cats. No, I mean it. Lucifer has his good points too. For one thing, sometimes he must be something good. you, Majesty. Breakfast time, everybody up. Hurry, come on, everybody. Breakfast time. Choose a way to do that. Itty bitty. No. I would wonder. Oh, breakfast is served. Here, help yourself.
Where's the other way? All right, I'm coming. Oh, my goodness. Morning, noon, night. Coming. In a minute. You hear? Yes, Drizzle. Good morning, Anastasia. Well, it's about time. Down to get the ending. Don't be all day getting it done. Easy. Yes, Anastasia.
Well, come in, child. Come in.
Good morning, stepmother.
Pick up the laundry and get on with your duties.
Yes, stepmother.
Under my teacup.
All right. Oh, you're not fooling, but we'll just sleep like this. Come on. Let him go. Now the other one. Come on. Oh, poor Gus. Oh, Lucy, did you ever learn?
Cinderella?
Yes, stepmother.
Are you gonna get it?
Close the door. Up here.
Oh, please, you don't think that.
How's your tongue? Now. Seems we have time.
Said I was only trying to.
Silence. Vicious practical jokes. Perhaps we could put it to better use. Now, this. There's the large carpet in the main. Clean it. And the windows upstairs and down. tapes and the tapestries and the draperies.
But I just
Do
finished.
them again. And don't forget the garden. Then scrub the terrace, sweep the halls and the stairs, clean the chimneys. And of course there's the mending and the sewing and the laundry. Oh yes. And one more thing. See that Lucifer gets his bath.
Hey Google, call it Canton Fire Department.
Listed avoiding his responsibilities long enough. It's high time he married and settled down.
You'll need to unlock your phone this time. After, you will change your Gemini settings to make things faster.
But I'm not getting any younger. I want to see my grandchildren before I go.
I understand, sir.
No, you don't know what it means. Your only child grow farther and farther and farther away from you. I'm lonely and distant. Parents, I want to hear it. There's no fit again.
Now, just perhaps you can just let
Anymore? Would we do these silly romantic ideas?
But, sire, in matters of love.
Love. Ah, just a boy meeting a girl under the right conditions. We arrange the conditions. But your majesty, the princess has spoken. Your boy's coming home today, isn't he? Sire, more than that. I'll celebrate his return. Please. Everything to be there. Wow. How interesting. Isn't he? Yes. The moment here. Possibly be. Oh, but sire, right. And see that every eligible maid is there. Yes, your majesty.
The pear-shaped toad sing sweet nightingale, sing sweet nightingale.
Directory from the top side. Thank you.
Sing sweet nightingale, sing sweet.
Hello, sir. My name is Anthony Price. I live over in Holiday Estates on Getty Road. And my what do you call those things? The smoke detectors in my place, they are malfunctioning nonstop almost. And my maintenance department is at 24 hours. We don't have a whole trying to get a whole fire department to figure out what's going on. I think it's one of the ones that are hardwired into my house. All right, sure, thanks. It is, yeah. Yep, trailer 15. Well, no, what they do is they were chirping at first, so I changed out the batteries, and then they just started going off. So I'd get it there, I'd reset the button or whatever. There's no instructions on it, so I would just press and hold the button, they would stop, I'd get down, and I started writing in my notebook, and then they'd go off again.
And in the name of the king, urgent message from His Imperial Majesty.
Thank you. From the team. What's it say, Cinderella? What's it say? Huh? I don't know. He said it's urgent. Maybe I shouldn't interrupt you.
All right, sure.
Nightingale.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. No, it's just me.
Cinderella, I warned you never to interrupt. I was just arrived from the
What, the smoke detector? I think there's one in each room. But when one goes off, they all go off. So, yeah.
His Highness the Prince, and by royal command, every eligible maiden is to attend.
That's us, and I'm so eligible.
Oh.
What
Okay.
means I can go too? Look. Dancing with the I am into your kindness. Would you mind helping my crew?
Well, I mean, this isn't an emergency. There's no fire. This has been all day long.
Why not? After all, I'm
Okay.
still in the family. And it says, by royal command, every eligible maiden is to attend.
So it does.
All right, sure. Thank you so much, officer.
I see no reason why you can't. If you get your work,
Show me in your house.
I promise.
and if you can find something suitable.
Well, I'm sure I can. Oh, thank you, stepmother. Mother, did you realize what you just said?
Of course. I said, if.
Oh, yeah. Lovely. It's my mother's. Oh, well, maybe it is a little old-fashioned, but I'll fix that. There ought to be some good ideas here. Huh? This one. These are short sleeves, ruffle and something for collar, and then I'll. Oh, now what do they want? Oh, well, guess my dress will just have to wait. Cinderella! Cinderella! All right, I'm coming. Poor Cinderella. Every time she'd find a minute, that's the time when baby did it. Cinderella, Cinderella. Cinderella, Cinderella, not today is Cinderella. Paint the fire, makes the brightness, washing dishes, do the mom. She go around in circles till she very kisses. Yeah, keep up busy. You know, Cinderella. What? No? What did you say? You'll see. Hey, fixing it. What? She'll never get her dress done. Poor Cinderella. Just Cinderella, my slippers. Now don't forget Cinderella. Take my It's here. That's the buttonhole. This makes my skirt through and line the rope with your own.
And Cinderella,
Yes.
when you're and before you begin your regular chores, I have a few little things.
Very well. Mother, I don't see why everybody else seems to have such nice things to wear, and I always end up in these little rags. It's sad. It's dead.
You should talk.
Thieves, thieves. I'm sick of looking at them. Trash. Oh, I see what's. Oh, I don't see why I can't. Yes. It's really heavy.
Kind of like a quiet moment now. But really, it's been all day, man. It'll go off. After I'm taking the batteries out of them, I get that reset button. It'll go off 10, 15 minutes, and they'll go off again. There, I'll reset it, do it happen again. All of them doing it. Well, this one, I think, is the one that's making the main noise. But if this was like, I think it was a fire too. This one did not. Yeah. And you guys want to dispatch on an emergency, right? I tried to tell them that. Well, I don't know. Okay. So we can try to do all the time. That's like 3 or 4. I don't know if that caused it. What are you like that? The splatter on that one?
Yeah.
That's been here since I moved in. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes, man, these things they got a freaking mind of their own.
Did this have
Yes.
Oh.
Hi, Cinderella.
How many times was it?
You're not ready, child.
It goes on like a weird. It's not really like a. It's got like a S. Like shorter shirts, and then like longer. Oh, you know. I've been here a year. So we'll take one shirt, replace the battery. Function, replace the alarm. 5 shirts that might end up lighting, replace the alarm. So it sounded like it was going through the second and the third one. It's going to go to the third one, and I'd reset it, and it would just go through all over. So it says that here. Oh, it's great. Let's see that old one. I mean, I feel safe with it. I don't feel like we can all have battery on.
So your percentage of this kind of switch on. Then it's not today.
Well, that's what I think these are. These are new bags. I don't know. In this battery, I don't use it. And batteries in these two, I'm swapping in and out. And this battery and this battery, I'm swapping. But it seems like this is the one that's the first one to go. And sometimes dust can get in it too and make it kind of accurate too, but
don't you think so, Rosella?
No, I don't. I think she's
yeah. And then I'll sit that crap like right here, all that money. And then it'll do something like that.
Looks good. It's good enough. Well on now, Bubba. I won't have you upsetting yourselves.
Chirps.
Good night.
Just to be safe, I would probably replace all the batteries. I could kind of get to that point of the year anyway to do that. I got my fire extinguisher. I'm just more worried about the things and stress somebody.
No, it's true. It's just no use. No use at all.
Yeah, it's good. It's got a solid red light. Red light.
There's nothing left to believe.
Nothing, my dear. Now, you don't really mean that.
Yeah, it's kind of extra maintenance in the morning if you're in the mouth and
Don't you
they
like?
female to be in it, but I would have this place.
You can't go.
The ball.
It hasn't.
Because even miracles take a little.
It hasn't went on for good. It's been here. So do I need to tell them that it stops using the plug in? I haven't touched it. Well, I got
Of course. Where is that?
Stone, nice.
If it was that battery, it's plugged in. It's still gonna feed. Okay.
What was it doing? Let's see.
This eyes are all in too, so
It is not.
like I said,
The magic words.
are those one of like a brain injury? I don't know. I was looking at it, but it's it's not really like.
People do that, believe it or not. Now, a room. But the thing that does the job is bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Like I said, there's these ones.
It's beautiful. Yes, isn't it? No, coach.
No, I just really got a hazard sometimes. I'm actually like this.
Nice. Oh, this really is nice. All can be through. Just a wave of my stick and finish the trick. Everything but you. Yes, what did I do? I'm sure there were 4 of them. There should be one more. There you are. Serves him up, I'd say. Now, there were. Oh, it says, you can't go to the ball without a hose. Another. Tonight it would change. You would have balloons. And sit in the driver's seat, too. So instead of a horse, you have a coachman, of course. Well, that does it, I guess. Except for, oh, yes, the finishing touch. And that's you. Yes, Bruno, that's right. You'll be jumping tonight.
You want to see that problem?
Indeed, we can't waste time.
Yeah, but I don't know if we can even get in there. Another room? Yeah.
But don't you think, my dad?
Yes, it's lovely. Good heavens, child. You can't go in there. Now, let's see, dear. It was shaded eyes. Something said, but very good. Oh, leave it to me. What a dog this will be.
Fail.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And look, glass slippers. Why, it's like a dream. Oh, wonderful dream come true.
Yes, my child. But like all dreams, well, I'm afraid this town is. You have only till midnight and then. I just, you must understand. On the stroke of 12, the spell will be broken, and everything will be as it was before.
Oh, I understand that it's more than.
Yeah, straight up above your head.
That's my child. Obviously, if you bring up the ball, can't wait. A good time. Then
Hopefully. Why we're doing this. I can come back. Hang on. Hang on. More, all right. I know you guys aren't going to recommend disconnecting one of them if it shuts all of them off. But I feel like that's what I might do if it does. Well, if I mean, this is your house and we leave, you do what I do. But yeah, like I said, I'll probably take out the battery, see what happens, and then if it still continues to malfunction like that, you'll hold your maintenance in your feet. I don't have malfunction or a malfunctioning. I appreciate you guys coming out. Thanks. Yep. Have a good one. You too. Thank you. You want this over or close? Close it, please.
I did try to warn you, but you are purely romantic. No doubt you saw the whole pretty picture in detail. The young prince, suddenly he stops. He looks up. Hello. There she stands. The girl of his dreams. Who she is or whence she came, he knows not, nor does he care. But his heart tells him that he is the maid destined to be his bride.
The noodles came out like trash. Imagine getting maintenance in here for the alarm and the disposal. So hopefully somebody will get some kind of speaker. I think that my body, I don't know what.
Oh my goodness. I'm dying to know what happened to them. I've never seen her before.
I don't know how to do these organic.
Wars,
like
the wars.
Oversaturated.
I had the same disaster. It must be that. Did you follow the instructions on the package?
I did. It only helps half the time.
I think I know the issue. I'll find like those to read. Oh, so bad. Did you do it?
Before the water dries up?
Exactly. Drain them as soon as you see the water start to dissolve. Want me to
Right, right, sir. I believe you will stay right here. See, they're not disturbed. And when the boy proposes, notify me.
That seems like a very important
And remember, if anything goes wrong,
it totally is. I'm so glad you called that.
lolly-lolly,
I'm not
lolly-lolly,
impressed.
What's that?
I've been experimenting with a new drink, inspired by your favorite iced tea. Coffee shop.
Dollar? Oh, the priest certainly seems
Let's try it.
But I know I've never seen her.
Nor I. But she certainly is. Wait. There is something familiar about her.
This was mine. So this is mine. So this is what makes life. I'm all alone, and now I know she's not small. My heart has wings, and I can fly. I'm touch and sky. So this is the miracle that I'm dreaming of. So this is love. Oh my goodness.
What's the matter?
It's midnight.
Yes. So it is.
Goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. You can't go now. It's only...
Oh, I must. Please. Please, I must.
But why?
But oh, the prince. I have met the prince.
The prince? But didn't you know...
Goodbye.
No, wait. Come back. Oh, please come back. I don't even know your name. How will I find you? Wait. Please wait. You're leaving. Wait.
This is you.
Senorita!
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I guess I
Don't
forgot
figure his fucking life out.
even the time, but it was so wonderful. He was so handsome, and when we danced, oh, I'm sure even the prince himself couldn't have been more. Oh, well, it's over and still, Cinderella, you never. Oh. Thank you so much for everything.
Your Majesty, I see no point in beating about the bush. I regret to inform you, sire, that the young lady has disappeared, leaving behind only this glass slipper. Yes, I'll do it.
Well, Your Majesty's he's proposed already. Have none about this side. You see, once lived, but I didn't get a chance yet. No matter, we've more important things to discuss. Arrangements for the wedding, invitations, a guest of holiday, all that sort of thing. But what side do you have, Cigar? We'll think of you more. The night is passing these out, eh?
If you'd only listen, you, my friend, you prevent night. I hereby dub you, sir. By the way, what title would you? Sire, she got away, so she got away. You can choose your title, but if that's what you... See what? Why, you traitor to the fire. Remember, no blood pressure. Treason. No fire, baby. No sabotage. You were indeed with the prince all along. I forgot to stop her. High victory. Fire. Only to find with this glass slipper. The whole thing was a plot. I'm tired. He loves her. He not actually fights her. He's determined to marry her. What do you see? Sire swears he married that girl. It's this woman. He said that. This little easy says he's given his word. We're holding no word, Your Highness. I have nothing to do. You try this on every lady my kingdom. And if the sun prince burn your head. Yes, Your Majesty. Cinderella. Cinderella? Cinderella, where is that?
Yes, here I am.
My daughters, where are they?
I think they're still in bed.
Oh, don't just stand there. Let me run these things at once. All right.
This is too fucking late.
We should marry.
Priscilla. What? Get up. Quick.
Stop.
We haven't a moment to lose.
4.5 hours.
Anastasia? 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 Oh, everyone's talking about it. The whole kingdom. Hurry now, he'll be here in a minute.
Look at that.
The grand.
She's still on it.
But that girl, the one who lost her slipper at the ball last night, they said he's madly in love with us.
Go ahead and check her belly and sleep me. No, say that one. Please keep on yourself. Ooh. Oh, that one.
Love with that.
I'm all this. He's on drugs.
Now you two. There's still a chance that one of you can get him.
Huh? No,
Why, what do you mean? Just this. No one, not even the prince, knows who that girl is. The glass slipper is their only clue. Now, the Duke has been ordered to try it on every girl in the kingdom. And if one can be found whom the slipper fits, then, by the king's command, that girl shall be the prince's bride.
Cinderella, get my next one. Mickey's right. Stop this guy's mind. What's the matter with her? Wake up, stupid. We've got to get dressed. Let's get dressed. Mother, did you see what she did? Are you just going to let her walk out of this? So this is love. La 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 la. What you gonna do? So this is the miracle. What? Oh no. Please, Mother, he's here. He's here. Grab you hold one right. I'm so excited I can't.
Now remember, this is your last chance. Don't fail me.
Announcing His Imperial Grace the Grand Duke.
You honor our humble people.
Good job.
May I present my daughters, Drizella, Anastasia, Your Grace.
Sure. His Grace will read a royal proclamation. All royal subjects of His Imperial Majesty are hereby notified by royal proclamation with regard to the cross. Simple. It is upon this day decreed.
That's my slipper. Well, I like that. It's my slipper. No. It's like a running slipper. Take it out. How can you stand here for liberty?
Girls, girls. Your manners. 1,000 pardons, Your Grace. Please continue.
Right, sir. Wait. It is upon this day decreed that a quest be instituted throughout the lake of Brentford today. The sole and express purpose of said quest to be as follows to me. That every single maiden in all the kingdom, without privilege or exception, shall try upon her foot the aforementioned slipper of glass, and should one be found upon whose foot his slipper shall properly fit. Such maidens shall be acclaimed the object of this search and immediately forthwith shall be looked upon as the one and only true love of His Royal Highness our beloved Saradare, the Double Prince. Said Double Prince will help me upon that need beg, request, or if need be implore, said maiden that they declare her hand in marriage. Whereupon, should the aforementioned maiden look with favor upon his suit, then shall the happy couple pledge their troth. And in due course, upon the inevitable dividing of his most gracious and august majesty the king, succeed to the throne there to rule over all the neighbors, keeping queen of our beloved king. I feel it.
You must be quite fatigued, Your Grace. May we offer you some tea?
Unfortunately, thank you very no. We must proceed with the fitting.
Of course. Anastasia, dear.
There. I knew it was my slipper. Exactly my size. I always wear the same size. As soon as I saw it, I said, oh, well, it may be a trifle snug today. You know how it is, dancing all night. I can't understand why. It's always perfectly before. I don't think you're half done. Mother, can you?
Quietly. We mustn't disturb His Grace. Young man, are you sure you're trying on the right foot?
Oh, it's the right foot. But Mr. Turner, scratch me so bad. Come on, Jessica. Sorry.
Young lady, please.
Please, let him go. Let him go.
Go away.
I'll do it myself. Get away from me. I don't measure it. It's fancy.
Listen, baby.
Oh, Grace, I'm dreadfully sorry. It shan't have to be precisely met. You are the only lady in the household I hope I presume. There's no one else, Sir Grace. Right, sir. Good day. Good day.
Your Grace. Your Grace. Please, wait. May I try it on?
Oh, pay no attention.
It's only Cinderella, sculpted from the kitchen. It's impossible. She's out of her mind.
Yes, just an imaginative child. My orders were every maiden. My child.
Fucking damn. I should rather get the police.
No! Oh, this is terrible. Frankie, what will he say?
I'm in the stream. I'm drowning in debt. Here, they'll buy people. Ain't got nobody out here.
I have the other slip.